Welcome to this regular scheduled board meeting for May 22nd. It is now 5:34 p.m. Roll call, please, Mr. Atkins.
Mr. Alexander. Ms. Autry.
Present.
Dr. Hall.
Aye.
Ms. Jackson.
Present.
Mr. Perry.
I am here.
Mrs. McKittrick.
Here.
Dr. Molinar.
Here.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Vice President Autry, would you lead us in the pledge, please? To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, next we're going to move to community and school reflections. Are there any community and school reflections?
I have one.
Mr. Perry.
So I had a chance to go with Litchfield Middle School this past Saturday to Cedar Point to chaperone their festival, or Music in the Bands is what it was called, actually. So there was probably, 8 to 10 bands that were there from middle schools all across Ohio. And I'm proud to say that our schools placed in every different band they were in. Looks like, I'm going to text my son here because he gave me all the information here. So they were second in jazz band, they were second in choir, they were third in orchestra, and they were third in choir out of, I'd say, 8 or 10 schools that were there. So after that, we went to Cedar Point for the rest of the day, and let me just tell you, a bunch of 7th graders around Cedar Point. You know, I was responsible for 6 of those 7th graders, including my own son, and that was fun. I didn't ride the coasters this time. I had to watch all their stuff and not get on the coasters, but it was very much fun. I want to just thank Mr. Schifano, Ms. Schaefer, and Mrs. Nickers for allowing me to tag along with that trip. It was a lot of fun for me. Look forward to doing it again next year.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Are there other community reflections? Ms. Autry.
Thank you, Mr. President. So since we last met, had the opportunity to visit Cyberlink CLC. I was invited to their Family of the Week and Community Partners Dinner, and I just wanted to thank them for that invitation. And so what happens is teachers nominate families who go above and beyond in supporting the school in their classrooms. The families, their names go up on their marquee. They pick 2 families a month, and then they get a little basket with games and things they can do for a movie night together. And so it was just really nice to see that we do truly have family involvement. And so thanks again to Ms. Llewellyn and her team over there. Also, even though I wasn't able to attend, I read that our Jennings chess team were the champions of a chess tournament since we last met, and so over 250 students and teams competed in that, so we should be proud, and congratulations to Jennings CLC. Also, another event that I did not attend but read about is our Schumacher CLC. We had 12 5th graders who went to the semifinals for ballroom dancing. And so the finals were yesterday, so I'm not sure what the final outcome was for that, but nevertheless, we should still be proud that they made it that far. So congratulations to Schumacher CLC. And then also, I had the privilege of attending the Teacher of the Year banquet. Thank you to each and every educator who was nominated, and even those who were not. You are most deserving of all of those honors. And then also, congratulations to our Teacher of the Year, Mr. Clifford Lechty. And for the organizers of the event, it was really nice. Thank you.
Thank you. Other community reflections. Dr. Molinar.
So I also attended the Teacher of the Year banquet, and I was excited to see an ELP educator be our winner, because not only do I have a son in the ELP program, but it's a great reminder that just because it is the early learning program, it's not a job that's any simpler or any easier. You know, we're in a room full of just talented and skilled experts of sophisticated professions, and the celebration of that was really exciting, and the delivery of the celebration was very exciting. I felt like I was watching an episode of The Masked Singer. We were going to find out after the next commercial break. So that was a lot of fun. Thanks again to everyone who organized that. Yesterday, I did attend the Resnick PTA fundraiser, and I just thought it was a great example of community there, because it's a local business supporting the school who's supporting a local business, and I really like it when we have the opportunity to do things like that. And then yesterday we also went on a tour of North High School. I know that there are a lot of North High School representatives here, and it was really informative visiting and touring your school, and I'm glad that I got to see it for myself. I'm glad to see what was in the newspaper. I'm glad to see that it looks like our newly elected representative was quoted in there, that he is excited to, I saw in the paper, to partner and try to make improvements. So I am very excited as a new board member here to be part of those conversations and hear what we can do to improve things for our scholars.
Thank you, Dr. Molnar. Are there other, Ms. Sautry?
Thank you, Dr. Hall. I'm sorry. As Dr. Molnar stated, I was also able to attend North yesterday, and I just wanted to thank Principal Rodacker for accommodating us. Unfortunately, I couldn't be present at the rally that Saturday because I nurses work, but it was very informative, as Dr. Molnar said, and also very special thank you to the custodian over there, Mr. Reggie Lockhart. He was absolutely awesome. I learned so much about air handlers, boilers, asbestos, back orders, obsolete parts, et cetera, et cetera. But again, I do have to do a special shout out to him and the entire staff for making the best out of a very challenging environment. So again, I was glad to be able to see for myself what's going on at North.
Thank you, Ms. Sautry. Are there other reflections? I'll pick up where Ms. Sautry left off. You had a chance to attend the rally to rebuild North on Saturday. Again, whenever I go back, I always feel very old. It's always, but it's also lovely though to when you see somebody that you went to high school with that teaches at the building. Talk about lifelong commitment, and Ms. Merrill, I want to thank you for that. And I think you're going to address us here pretty soon as well. But again, it was great. It was great to have some real conversations with teachers and staff there. I want to thank them for all the time they put into the planning of it. You got there Saturday. There were kids playing soccer out front. I brought my 4-year-old with me. She thought she was going to play soccer. Unfortunately, she got to watch Daddy talk as he walked around the building for 2 hours. But anyway, but again, it was a very festive atmosphere. I think it was a celebration of all that North has to offer to a very growing and vibrant community. And so I also want to thank Ms. Rodacker and her staff for all their hard work in putting that together. I know it wasn't easy. Also had a chance to attend the May Festival, the 96th annual May Festival, 96th. Not annual. So think about that. We have a lot of traditions here. Ms. Otley and I were sitting next to each other at the May Festival, reflecting on 96 years and all that has happened. All that happens in 96 years, right? Kingdoms rise and fall in 96 years, right? And so, okay, it's a touch dramatic, but still, so we had a chance to do there. And again, the theme here being how fast time flies. I can remember being in 5th grade and being at the 60th May Festival in 5th grade in APS, and now they're at 96th. So when you think about all the traditions we have in APS, I think you'd be challenged to find a tradition as long-standing and as respected as Akron's APS May Festival. So again, I want to thank Ms. Dawn Wilson and the team of teachers that work with her to put that on. It was at Goodyear Theater, which is a fantastic venue. My only feedback is, can we bring the dancing back next year? Because we didn't have dancing this year. So, anyway, it was a great time, and so look forward to next year. So those are my reflections. Next, we'll proceed to item 1.4, request to address the board. Let me read the preamble here. Participants will not be permitted to speak on matters related to vendors or business matters, formal complaints, grievances, specific student or student records, personnel matters, and potential or pending legal matters. Please keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. The board will not respond, but will assign through the superintendent the appropriate person for follow-up. So I just have one more additional comment to make. I know that there's a long list of folks tonight that want to address the board. My ask is that if you know that your comments are tracked pretty closely to somebody else's comments, to create more room so everyone gets a chance to speak, you might say, hey, I want to echo their comments and have a seat. So of course you're welcome to use your full 3 minutes, but again, I want to try to get through as many people as I can in the time that we have allotted to us. So having said that, we'll begin with Lindsay Trevisano.
Hi, good afternoon. I knew I was going to be first, so that made me really nervous. Like you said, my name is Lindsay Trevisano. I'm the early childhood education pathway teacher here at North High School. This is my 10th year in APS. I feel like I'm very lucky. I work at the most diverse school in Ohio. We have over 14 languages spoken, and over 20 countries from around the world are represented. We were the first school to have a wall-to-wall academy, as Ms. Tecca knows. This was a top priority in our district, and it was given to give our students opportunities to learn life skills and prepare them for college or career. In my 9 years at North, our graduation rate has gone from around 54% to 84%, and I think that some of this does come from having our students in these pathway skills or pathway classes and learning these life skills. However, I truly believe that we're failing some of our most at-risk students here at North. The population we serve are some of our best and brightest in the district, but we're being stifled because our building is just not safe, it's not engaging, and it's not equitable. Here are some examples of the ways in which our building is not serving us. Earlier this year, an entire entranceway to our building was closed for months because the bricks outside were falling down. The preschool classes in our building have constant ceiling leaks. The repairs for those involved cleaning up the wet, moldy ceiling tiles, throwing some new ones up, and 2 weeks later, repeating the same thing. Not to mention that there's a hatched door in the back preschool classroom that presents a safety hazard to our preschool children every single day. It's for an old tunnel to our boiler building. The older part of our building faces south. Those classrooms are baked by the sun all day, especially now that the large trees that shaded those rooms were chopped down last spring. Former Assistant Superintendent Ellen McWilliams promised North that all teachers would receive a window air conditioner to help cool the classrooms from the extreme heat, but as of today, most of them never received them. That was a year and a half ago. We have 23 doors to the outside on the first floor alone, many of which the hinges are broken or the doors don't latch unless you yank on them. Our amazing safety team walks the building all day, every day, to make sure the doors are latched, but they can't be everywhere. This makes an incredibly unsafe school environment. I could go on, and I'm sure other people here will go on for you. But I want to leave you with this last thought. Would you send your 3-year-old to our school? Would you be okay knowing that your 15-year-old could get hit in the head with a wet ceiling tile? Your 18-year-old spending the last 4 years surrounded by asbestos? I'm sure the answer to this question is no. As a new mom, I would agree. I worry every single day that someone's going to find an unsecured door in our building and come in and inflict harm to my staff and our students, and I'm not going to make it home to my son. Our community needs you. Our students, our staff, we deserve to come to work and school in a safe environment, an environment that's equitable for everyone in our building. Please make sure that North is a top priority, especially our North alumni on the board, just as we were when the district turned to the academy model. Show our community that North is not.
She's not here? Okay. Jamie Merrill?
Good evening. My name is Jamie Merrill, and this is Georgia Flores. Georgia and I are both proud North High School alumni, as well as math teachers at North, and Georgia actually still resides in North Hill. Between our time as students and as teachers, we have spent a combined 58 years at North High School. Georgia and I were both in attendance at the last board meeting to support the speakers who gave personal accounts of the conditions of the building and who pleaded with the board our dire need for a new building. We felt compelled as both alumni and as veteran North teachers who are very committed to the school to address you today and ask that you find a way to rebuild North High School without making it completely contingent on a levy. On Saturday, North hosted a Rally to Rebuild event in hopes of getting community members into the building to see for themselves the problems and conditions we have sadly gotten used to, and to showcase our vibrant and growing population of students. We would like to publicly thank Interim Superintendent Otley, as well as the board members who attended the event. We also want to thank them for taking time to talk with many of our staff members and with our students, and for listening to our concerns. About 15 years ago, Georgia and I, along with many other North staff and students, were active in helping Akron Public Schools pass a building levy that we, unknowingly at the time, would never benefit from. Several years ago, we sat in North's auditorium for a meeting conducted by former Superintendent David James to hear about the options for North. None of them involved rebuilding the school. Somehow North went from being a priority in the rebuilding plan to being left completely out of the rebuilding plan. In subsequent years, Mayor Horrigan came to the same auditorium several times to speak with our graduating seniors. At least twice that I can remember, he mentioned plans to make sure North would get rebuilt. There have been many hopeful moments over the last 15 years, but at this point, we cannot help but feel as if we've been neglected and forgotten about. Located right off of Route 8, North is one of the most visible and recognizable buildings within Akron Public Schools. Even people who are unfamiliar with the district know North as that school on the highway. By this point, the problems in the building are well documented, but I did bring this chunk of concrete that I found in the rubble after a ceiling tile collapsed in my room a few years ago. I keep it in my desk drawer as a reminder of just how little separates the room above me from my own room. You know about the conditions of the building, and many of you have seen them. People who are in a position to help us have now been in the building to see the condition and the problems that we face every day. We are urging the board to find a way to rebuild the nearly 100-year-old building that is North High School. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Wyatt James Dahlball?
Got it.
All right.
Hello, my name is Wyatt Dahlbaugh, and I'm a freshman world history teacher at North High School. I am a proud graduate of Akron Public Schools, attending Windermere, Miller South, and then on to Firestone. It was through hard work and dedication and a generous Innovation Generation scholarship that I went on to Akron U and became a teacher myself. After graduating, I tried my hardest to return to the district that made me who I was. I wanted to return and pay it forward. I wanted to be for the current scholars what my teachers were for me. During my first year teaching at APS, I learned and encountered many new things. I built strong relationships with my students, collaborated with my colleagues, and even learned how to teach in a building that was not set up to have phones or working smartboards in the classroom. To be quite plain, our building is not set up to host the growing population of North Hill. However, one population seems to thrive in our legacy building: critters and creepy crawlies. On my first day at North, I opened my desk drawer and found a cockroach. Just 2 weeks ago, I went to grab a tissue, and to my surprise, I found a roach on my tissue. Roaches, however, are not our only class pets at North. Bedbugs also appeared, and while it's true bedbugs can come into any space, new or old, I have to wonder, if I was in a new building, would I have had to get on my hands and knees and tape my back classroom door shut because it adjoined to another classroom that had the bugs in it? It has been said that a good teacher is like a candle. It consumes itself to light the way for others. This has always been my guiding philosophy as an educator. However, I implore this board to see that the lights of our staff at North are fading as a building built almost 100 years ago crumbles around us. I expected many things to attempt to dull my light. I prepared myself to potentially face homophobia, foul language, or see verbal or physical altercations, but I did not expect to see my ceiling literally fall in. When this happened, my students had never seen me so shocked or demoralized. It affected them to see their teacher so taken aback. The teachers and students of North Hill deserve better facilities, and it is in the power of this board to give that to them. It was an honor and a deep pleasure of mine to serve as Firestone's 2017 class secretary. I know firsthand, as the first class to graduate from the new Firestone CLC, what it would mean to the children of North Hill what magic it would work in their hearts and minds to have a new school building they can be proud to call their own. In closing, I humbly ask that you consider our district's focus on equity. Right now, with this decision looming, you have the choice to show us if the North Cluster is seen, valued, and heard. I urge you to hashtag BeKind330 and show North the ultimate kindness. Give us a new building that is safe and conducive to our scholars' needs. Thank you all kindly.
Dr. Jack Harpel.
I'm Jack Harpel. I'm a 1962 graduate of North High School and later a graduate of the University of Akron. I taught at the University of Akron for 25 years. I have my own business, Greensburg Park Self-Storage, and I'm an entrepreneurial person. I did take the tour Saturday, and I thought, this is such a terrible, terrible place to teach or to learn. With that in mind, I want to thank the board for this opportunity to speak and appeal to you to consider the right thing to do, specifically regarding North High and the surrounding community. Often we as citizens must speak sometimes for others that cannot speak, for those who may not be able to share their deep felt needs and wants, and especially for their children. Today, my heart and my mind is saddened to see NHS, North High School, in such a deplorable condition. I identify a number of facts. They're really appeals, but I see them as facts, and I hope you'll accept this as a general contribution to making good decisions. The Beacon Journal has stated well the historical and political history of the plight of this school. Fact number one, the time has come to correct the downward spiral and the physical decline of this 93-year-old building. Fact two, the level of unwillingness for the board to align the growing needs of a student population is both embarrassing and regrettable. Fact number three, remodeling an old school and at the same time ignoring the present safety and dangerous conditions, coupled with thoughts about the interim cost of repair and renovation, is not acceptable. And I don't have enough time to review that in 3 minutes. Fact number four, the overall North High School problems are a poor reflection over the years of past leaders and decision makers. Either, number one, they're afraid to change. Number two, afraid to change or unwilling to face up to today's new reality and demands. I have a solution. We must move forward, and we need to do it, and I'll spell it out, NOW, now. Fact six, I appeal to you to correct this appalling situation. Correct it now and build a new building. This can begin with the stroke of a ballpoint pen. As a business person, as an entrepreneurial person, financial resources are not always the issue. They should always be made available to do the right thing, the right time, and to be prudent in all wisdom and judgments. Fact seven, we must give our children opportunities and privileges that are greater than what was possibly given to us. Well, a student at North High School from 1960 and 1961 and 1962, I was taught by Mrs. Teresa Haney, Mrs. Gladys Bartu, Mr. Sam Samilia, Mrs. Rook, Mr. Kirkpatrick, and other professional teachers. All have passed, and I honor them. Today, I am who I am because of the rock-solid foundation upon which these teachers instructed me. Fact 8, please, Board of Trustees, restore your reputation and effective as decision makers. Fact 9, tear down this school. Allow your dedicated teachers to do what they are called to do. Teach in a safe environment. Be open, transparent, and inclusive. Fact 10, Rebuild a new school that will be a shining light on a hill. Actually, the word Akron comes from the acronym or Greek word Acropolis. It means a summit, a special point. Fact 11, don't build for today, build for tomorrow. Fact 12, make it a North High School a landmark and make it a school of excellence. Fact 13, allow it to be a shining light set on a hill and seen from a far point, an elevation. Fact 14, allow our North High School children, neighbors, and family and friends to excel. Fact 15, again, these are
Dr.
facts
Harbaugh.
as I see them.
Dr. Harpool, thank you. Thank you. We're at time. Thank you. Fred Ziegler, please.
That was my childhood friend, Jack Harpool. We grew up together from Forest Hill, Jennings North, graduated 1962. I appreciate you as members of the Board of Education. My background is 46 years as an educator. I've held positions as teacher, department chair, counselor, administrator. I was a therapist. My doctorate was in counseling psychology. And I have also attributed my appointment then to the University of Akron full-time after retiring after 35 years in K-12, and worked in the graduate program teaching master's students school counseling and mental health counseling. So my points, and Jack reiterated a lot of the things, and I'm not going to go repeat all of the things that we witnessed on Saturday. But thinking about student success, research, which is one of my favorite things, indicates that students attending schools in poor physical condition score lower on achievement tests than students in newer functional buildings. That's been proven over many, many studies. Studies have also shown that there are specific factors that contribute to lower student performance, including poor air quality, excessive temperatures, poor lighting, and facilities that lack up-to-date equipment and appropriate classroom space. In addition, dilapidated buildings not only affect the students, but affect the teachers. They contribute to teacher despair, frustration, and staff physical health. Not a new revelation, but these are facts that have been documented under many studies. So again, please rebuild the school for everyone. As a member also of the Akron Interfaith Immigration Advocates, I've worked on North Hill. Prior to COVID, we used to meet every month, once a month, to work with and I work with the Hispanic population as an interpreter, as they came to look for services from attorneys, social workers, other kinds of services, providing them anything from food to housing or furniture and all kinds of things. We haven't been able to reinstate that since the COVID, but there are still services being provided to them. And from that, I would indicate that you're not going to hear from these parents. Culturally, you are way up here, and they're feeling way down here. And their culture dictates to them that they don't speak to their needs out front. So you're not going to get calls from them. You're getting calls from those in more affluent areas of the city, but not from the many immigrant families that we have who have special needs. And I know, working with them, and especially some of the teens who wanted to go to other schools, a few did go to charter schools, as I recall, and some were able to go to some private schools because they were afraid being at North. Didn't happen too often, but because they wouldn't be able to. But there was a real concern that they had. It's a vulnerable population, and they need to be in better conditions in order to thrive. And that would be my focus is mental health and physical health for all. Thank you.
Emily Rosinski.
Good evening. My name is Emily Rosinski, and I'm a 9th grade math teacher at North High School. As you've heard tonight and in the last board meeting, North High School has a growing multicultural student body who deserves equity to be more than a buzzword thrown out by administrators. This year, equity meant that I thought Christmas had come early. No, I didn't get a fancy new Promethean board, or even a subscription to my favorite teaching resource. You know what I got? A dry erase board. You heard that right, a dry erase board, big enough for me to do my long algebra problems on without having to erase in the middle of a problem. Then, a few short weeks later, I found myself in the hospital for 5 days and on supplemental oxygen for 6 weeks, while my fellow teachers and administrators had my back every step of the way. My building, on the other hand, did not. There were many days in which I needed to take the stairs to my second-floor classroom because the elevator was not working. In the time that I had lost so much, I could not handle losing the normalcy of being in my classroom and moving to the space off of the cafeteria on the first floor. A month after being released from wearing oxygen, I faced another challenge. We had workers coming to fix things on the roof. While they were doing their fixing, the hallways and classrooms smelled heavily of exhaust. The smell was so bad I had to leave because even after using all of my emergency medications, I still couldn't breathe, which was terrifying. Imagine being a student in that situation, unable to advocate for yourself because you either don't know the words in English to say it or don't know how to advocate for yourself at all. Less than a month later, my classroom began to crumble around me. On the first week, I came in on Monday morning and a ceiling tile over my univent had fallen due to a leak on the floor above me. Then, the next Monday, another ceiling tile, this time right next to my desk, had fallen. At this point, the dripping water and dust from the ceiling tile that probably contains asbestos made it harder to breathe. The next Monday was the straw that broke the camel's back. Another ceiling tile had fallen, this time on top of my desk. More buckets were added, and a few days later, the leak was finally fixed. Because of these issues, I've had to completely move my classroom around to ensure the safety of myself and my students. For the record, 4 months have gone by, and the ceiling tiles have not yet been replaced. Madam Superintendent, the picture of you looking up in the ceiling tiles in the Akron Beacon Journal was my classroom. I urge you today to take what you've heard into consideration on what school you should be rebuilding. Because excellence may look different, but North High School does not exude equity or excellence. Thank you.
Pardon, I'm going to not get this next name correct. Is it Sa Min Win? Okay. All right. Apologies for the mispronunciation.
Yes, all good. I almost got it. It's pronounced Sa.
Sa.
Yes.
Okay. Roger that. Thank you, sir.
Hello, good evening. Excuse me. Hello, good evening. My name is Sa Win. I have lived and worked in Akron for almost 8 years. I graduated from North High School in 2018, and I'm proud to say that I'm the first person in my family to ever graduate from high school. Thank you. I am currently working at a nonprofit organization called Asian Services in Action, or ASHA for short. ASHA strives to empower, advocate, and serve the newly arrived refugees and immigrant communities here in Northeast Ohio. I wanted to share with you all why North High School is so special to me and my community. North High School is the most diverse school in the city of Akron. The school is the embodiment of diversity, inclusion, and belonging. For instance, the Culture Fair Day celebrates the multiculturalism of our school, which in itself is a microcosm of the United States, diverse place seeking to welcome everyone, no matter your identity. The fair gives me joy because it gives my classmates the opportunity to learn my culture and background. Providing substantial additional resources to North High School is essential. When I started North High School as a sophomore, it was clear that the school needed serious work. Unfortunately, little has changed since. Classrooms need to be renovated. Floors, walls, and ceilings throughout the school need to be updated, and in some cases, replaced. On the third floor, during the summer, room temperatures were unbearably hot. The AC was barely working. Before moving to America, I have spent nearly 12 years in Thailand's refugee camps. The conditions in the refugee camps were horrible. The school was crowded, nearly in shambles, and access to education was restricted only to those with financial means. Coming to America has changed my life completely. I have seen how access to decent education can give a chance of future generations to improve themselves, communities, and societies. North High School is not perfect. It struggles with a variety of issues on a daily basis, but also on a daily basis, its staff and students strive to do better. For this, it needs our help. The costliest disruption happens when we take something for granted and do not pay attention to it. If we take North High School for granted and do not tend to the needs of the staff, students, and the building, its failure will affect generation to come and the city itself. Take it from me, who have seen firsthand what happens when schools struggle. So, as such, I'm urging each of you to consider supporting North High School, its fabulous teacher. Many of them, my former high school students, Mr. Brown, Ms. Summers, and its students, so that the educators can continue to provide a better learning experience for their students. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to make my voice heard, and thank you for your time and your attention. Have a good evening.
Danielle Marshall.
Hello, my name is Danielle Marshall. I work at First Glance, which is a student center on the Kenmore Boulevard. My job is running the after-school program, which serves students at Piper. We have been partnering with Piper the past 6 years. Our building is just 1 block away from where the potential Miller South and Piper campus could be. Working with students, we always hear statements about how one caring, loving adult could have a huge impact on a student that could shape the rest of their lives. That is something that we strive to do at First Glance and something that we are already doing for students in Kenmore and are especially working on doing with students at Piper. Building that site creates a greater chance for students to build community where they're already at and build relationships in their own neighborhood with adults who love and care for them, rather than feeling the need to leave to have that kind of support. Piper, we know it's a very small school, and their voices could be harder to hear. When I talk to parents, they say things like they just think that whatever is going to happen is going to happen, and I think that partially stems from looking around the neighborhood and seeing schools that have completely burned to the ground. I have a friend who lives across the street from Smith, and she said this morning that she hopes Smith just burns to the ground and that nobody calls the fire department the next time it catches on fire, because she has seen shootings happen there, and we don't want that to be the case for Piper. Not all families have easy access to transportation, so having safe access to after-school care within walking distance to homes is a big deal for families who depend on neighborhood-level supports. And closing down Piper would be closing down connections that families already have in the neighborhood. Like I said, I work with the elementary students, but sometimes I get the chance to work with high schoolers, and when I talk to them about their futures, a common consensus time and time again, which makes me so, so sad, is that they think they need to leave Kenmore to have a good life or experience good things. And I think that continues to stem from what they're seeing in their neighborhood of buildings being closed and left uncared for. I think building a Miller South and Piper campus in Kenmore creates chances for students to love where they live and be empowered to be community leaders and give back to where they already live without feeling the need to leave. Thank you for your time.
Tina Boyce.
Good evening, Board. Superintendent Outley. Appreciate the time. We've gotten to know each other pretty well over the past 2.5 months. But I'm just here to remind you of a few things and to speak for those who can't be here. Because frankly, when we talk about Akron's forgotten neighborhood, it is Kenmore. Kenmore is Akron's second largest neighborhood. APS has decreased our school footprint from 10 schools to 4 schools. If they close Piper, that would leave 3 with no school for our youngest residents between Wilbeth Road and 76, the vast majority of our neighborhood. Kenmore's other 2 grade schools could not absorb all of Piper's students. I know this because I was on the LTOP planning committee. And Kenmore grade schoolers would then be displaced to Firestone Park schools over 4 miles away. Miller South originated in the Kenmore cluster. APS removed it. The current Miller South building is 2 miles from the KHS site, the proposed site for the joint Piper Miller South. The proposed KHS campus is 1 block from Kenmore Boulevard, where there's been a lot of investment by neighborhood residents. You talk about these poor kids who think they have to leave the neighborhood to get anything good. There are folks that are pouring into that neighborhood on their behalf with very little assistance from outside agencies. We do not have the support network that other neighborhoods do. We do not have the social services. First Glance, that's our social service provider. Okay, families that love on these kids that sometimes let them in their house to sleep on their couches when they can't get in because mom got too drunk last night. Okay, this is the kind of relationship these groups have with kids. We don't have the support system in our neighborhood to absorb any more of the bad things that have happened. We have 2 schools, one of which burnt to the ground. I've got a resident here who witnessed the whole thing. My school, Smith School, there are trees and pretty much a swamp in the playground area, windows broken out, and water streaming out down the street for residents to see. That is a cue to them to move out. Since those things have happened, Kenmore has flipped from a majority owner-occupied neighborhood to a majority outside owner neighborhood. So to paraphrase that, there are more renters in our neighborhood than homeowners and occupants now. There's a direct relationship to school buildings being closed and left to rot and our neighborhood's future. At the March 13th APS board meeting, board members pledged not to decrease APS's footprint in Kenmore any longer. I implore you, please think about these kids and families who can't be here. There's a lot of great support for North, and God, give them what they need, okay? But these families that are working their second job of the day or haven't picked their kids up from childcare yet who can't be here, listen to them too, please. Thank you.
So thank you to all of those who came to address the board on these various topics tonight. I know there was a question related. So we don't typically, as a matter of policy, respond to individual requests to address the board, as we stated at the outset. I do want to reply in a more general sense, but I do think it bears. I do think it's important, and I'm going to ask Dr. Thompson to step to the podium here in a second, because I do think that we need to just sort of refresh quickly, what the cost to put a new North high school building in place, what that cost would actually be, and so. I think there was a comment about not making it contingent on a levy, and so again, just want to be able to kind of talk through that with all of you here tonight and to witness that.
I think it's right here. Yep, right there, and then you ready to present? Yeah, I'm ready.
I'm sorry. slideshow here. Sir. Okay, thank you.
We had 5 students that didn't come through.
Sir, if you want to step to the microphone, we'll give you 3 minutes.
Thank you.
What's your name, sir?
Pastor Harvey Glover.
Thank you.
I'm a student from Akron. Went to Miller, went to Thornton, went to Central. Graduate from Akron U. I go into Miller School and I see the same building that I see at Pfeiffer now. There is no way that the building should be in use, in operation. But people, you have to learn that if you don't take care of the building, the people themselves will deteriorate. Come on, give Pfeiffer what it needs. Pfeiffer is so old, it doesn't have air conditioning, it doesn't have proper heating, it doesn't have, but it needs. And the people need to know that Pfeiffer is important to the community. I just want you to, I wanted to say that because it's important that you people recognize you have to say yes to making change at Pfeiffer. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor.
Well, thank you, Board. Thank you, Superintendent Outley, for and I'll just take just a few moments. And I think I can clearly speak for everything I've heard is that we recognize the challenges of these buildings. I'm going to show you a slide that really illustrates that. Everything that was said tonight is true. It's factual. But I think everybody also recognizes there are limited resources. So what are we looking at? Whoops, sorry. So what you're looking at here on this slide just represents the challenges that we face. So WSD, that second box to the right, stands for warm, safe, and dry. It does not stand for beautiful. It does not stand for modern. It does not stand for technology. It simply says keep the building warm, safe, and dry. So for Miller South, to your point, sir, this is not my numbers. These are Akron Public Schools report on feasibility of facility improvements done by Hammond Construction in July 11th, 2022. Miller South needs over $26 million of work, which comes out to $72,000 per student. The most immediate pressing needs are 4 boilers need replaced, estimated about at least $1 million. The pipes that the heat go through are buried in concrete in the floors. So you can imagine the difficulty in repairing that. All the windows need replaced and the roof needs replaced. So if we were to rebuild Pfeiffer and Miller South, which I'll get to Pfeiffer in just a minute, the cost of that construction for brand new is $61 million. Pfeiffer needs over $7.5 million in work. It's a small building. That's putting it lightly. Again, warm, safe, and dry. Again, to your point, sir, this building's 104 years old. It was coal-fired. It was converted to a gas furnace, and the entire system could quit at any minute. Every winter day, at all 3 of these schools, North, Miller South, and Pfeiffer, we don't know if the heat's going to come on. So the roof needs replaced, and there are 2 outdoor classrooms that need replaced. So again, replacing those 2 buildings, so taking 2 buildings, solving for that problem is $61 million. North High School, agreed, needs a lot of work. $50 million just to be warm, safe, and dry. That's almost $60,000 per student. The roof needs replaced immediately. That's what's causing the ceiling tiles, et cetera, et cetera. The boilers, we're estimating that we think they probably have about 4 years of life, but that's an estimate. That's $1 million. Just like Miller South, the pipes are baked into the concrete in the walls. So you have to tear the walls apart just to find out how thin those 100-year-old pipes are. There are 29 air handlers in the school. Some of them work and some of them aren't working nearly as well. Those range anywhere from $60,000 to $200,000 each. Just to put in perspective the cost of construction, Garfield, which was built for 1,500 students, was completed at $54 million just a few years ago when it was bid out. GDP, our architects went and did an assessment of your building just a few weeks ago, $80 million to build for 1,200 students. And why did North get passed over? I think it's important to remember the history. When the number came up in the original construction, there were less than 600 students at North High School then. So the OFCC would not fund the building. It wasn't the district or the administration that chose not to build it. And then no one could have foreshadowed or foreseen the population growth that we currently see in the district. So we're doing our best, for example, on those side doors. They'll be door alarmed next year. That problem will be resolved. Some of the problems I've heard mentioned, I would ask you as a staff member to encourage your building to submit work orders if they're not being done. I'm not saying that's the case. I'm just saying if you see it, get a work order in. And then Garfield STEM, to move them into that building is $2 million, and to make it a totally separate facility is $6.49 million. And the Kenmore Athletic Complex is there for your viewing as well. So I think that answers the questions, correct?
Thank you, Dr. Thompson. I appreciate it. So before we move on, I just want to say, in closing, that we recognize as a board that we have multiple buildings that are sorely challenged. As I said to some of the faculty at North on Saturday, I said, if you think North has got problems, you should walk through Miller South. You should walk through Pfeiffer. You should walk through Essex. These are all buildings that are in worse shape than North High School. And it's not here, and this is not about a comparison, right? It's just highlighting that if you add it all up, there's about $175 million in capital expenditures that need to be done, okay, citywide. And we simply do not have the funds to do that. We don't. Even with the passage of a levy, we wouldn't have the funds to do all of that. So what do? There are some things we can do with our limited dollars, which is what you've heard us discussing for the last several months and have been working on for the last 20 months. But I think the time has come to acknowledge that this is a solution that requires city partnership. A partnership where we work with our city partners to figure out what a financing plan would look like that the city takes part in. The APS budget by itself cannot bear this cost. That is the reality. Now, I've had a couple of conversations with our presumptive mayor on this topic as recently as Sunday. So while I do not want to presume to speak for him, I can say that that partnering with the public school system, APS, to address some of these larger, broader problems, I know is one of his top priorities. So I want to share those sort of fast facts. We say here in Akron all the time that as APS goes, so goes the city of Akron. And I'll say that again. We say that as APS goes, so goes the city of Akron. And what that translates into is that we have to have a more robust partnership with our partners at the city. The time for the Akron Public Schools and the city of Akron to act in its own distinct, separate silos, each worried about their own P&Ls, is that time has passed. There has to be more robust, more intentional partnership between these two entities to ensure that our kids are getting what they need, therefore giving the city what it needs. Only about 25% of Akron families have a kid in the Akron Public Schools. That's it. So 75% of Akron residents, you could argue, have no vested interest in Akron Public Schools. Now, someone would argue that's not the case. I have kids and grandkids, and who have gone there. I've gone there. So I am vested. But the point is, we look at actual attendance now. So, again, the passage of the levy by itself is not going to solve our financial problems. We are going to have more intentional conversations with the city of Akron. From a priority standpoint, one of the things that you've probably heard me say here is, show me your budget and I'll show you what your priorities are. We have to take a closer look at the city of Akron's budget too, and really ask the hard questions around what are their priorities really. So this is not, I'm not making this public statement because I'm trying to disparage anybody with the city of Akron. They do a lot of fine work and spend a lot of time working on other worthy causes in this city. I'm simply posing out loud publicly, the idea that we can and should be working closer together, whether it's pooling our dollars, whether it's working together to find other funding sources. Again, there is work to be done on this topic. So again, those are the things I wanted to share. And I know that there was some commentary tonight referencing historical decisions that this board and administrators have made. I just would like to take the opportunity to remind those of you who are here that the folks who are sitting around this table, 6 of us have been here less than 4 years. We have a new superintendent. So now, none of you care about that. What you care about is that we have problems today and you expect us to solve those problems. So this is not about shirking responsibility, but I reference that to say, give this board, give this administration an opportunity. Don't judge us unfairly or harshly based upon the activities and or decisions or lack thereof of previous versions of this institution. Thank you for your time and attendance. We'll take a 5-minute break for folks who'd like to leave before we move on, so they can do that. Welcome back to this regularly scheduled board meeting on Monday, May 22nd. We have now resumed at 6:42 p.m. We're going to move to recognitions, item 2.1. Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Dr. Hall. I'm really excited to have this group of students with us this evening. Akron Public Schools is a proud supporter of the premier CTSO, Business Professionals of America, also known as BPA. BPA's aim is to contribute to the preparation and development of a world-class workforce through the advancement of leadership, citizenship, and academic skills in the workplace among our scholars and leaders within the community. Our students at Bookdale CLC Middle School qualified and competed in April at the 2023 Business Professionals of America National Leadership Conference held in Anaheim, California. Yes, our scholars went to California to compete. So this national conference is the culmination of the BPA's year for middle, secondary, and post-secondary levels. This was the largest national BPA conference with approximately 6,500 members in attendance. Our scholars competed against other middle school scholars from across the nation, and they did a fantastic job. They have been working very hard all year, and their hard work has paid off. 5 of our scholars had top 10 finishes, and one of them even took 3rd place. Congratulations. So Bookdale, affectionately known as 1040, took it to the stage as national finalists representing Akron Public Schools. There was good competition, food, fellowship, community service, and some fun. So we would like to congratulate them on a job well done. We have Desiree Reynolds here. She's the instructional specialist for Business Professionals of America Advisors at Bookdale CLC, and she will be recognizing our scholars this evening.
Good evening, and thank you, Interim Superintendent Outley, Board President, and the board. I'd also like to thank Principal Beecher and our 1040 administration and staff for their support. Also, got to give a shout out to my pastor, Bishop Samuel L. Hampton II, for his encouragement and support as well for our scholars to compete at this national level. Also, a thank you, cannot forget our chaperones, Mr. Culp and Mr. Williams, who helped keep everything going smoothly with 9 boys and 1 girl. So I got some learning too. Again, our students competed at the regional, state, and national level. When they compete coming out of the state, that is what determines if they are national qualifiers to go on and compete at the national level. So they work very hard every day, because there's such a pull on the students with everything that they like to try to do, esports and all that. So they worked very hard during class. They worked during their lunch. They worked after school to prepare and to get ready for these contests. The contests, some of them had preliminaries in which they had to compete, and then they had to make the final round. So in doing that, they had to compete again. That would determine their final ranking and placement. Again, I'm proud to say that we had the students, they made it to the stage. Those that did not, but that's not taking away anything, they all did a fantastic job. I just have to say they did a fantastic job. So as I present to you their contests, and I'm going to have them come up. So one of the contests was our digital game design team, which was Julius Carter and Matthew Burrow. Come on up, please. Their task was to design and create a game that would entertain or educate. So they chose to create a game that would teach math to first and second graders. With that, they competed in the preliminaries, and they made game design finals. They finished in the top 10 in 7th place. We had graphic design promotion, which is Jace Jones, but he was unable to be here today, but we have to mention Jace. He's a boxer, so he missed quite a bit, so he had to go to practice. Okay, so his task was to develop a theme as the basis for next year's BPA National Leadership Conference, which will be held in Chicago, Illinois. And with that, he had to develop and illustrate a theme and a flyer and a logo using, various software. So he did that, and he made graphic design finals, and he finished in 6th place. Next, we had Xavier Wilson, who also was unable to attend. He did a prepared speech. With the prepared speech, he had to write and deliver a speech that demonstrated his communication skills, his organizational skills, his arranging skills, and he had to present orally. So he did that. The topic that he had to write his speech was based on business or entrepreneurship or business professionals of America. The speech must be not less than 3 minutes and no more than 5. So he did very well. Our next team was our video production team, George Wood and Jerome Semper. If you would come up, please. They were tasked with creating a 2-minute video to recruit students to attend a school in their local community. They were encouraged to highlight programs and benefits of the school. That, too, had a time constraint. It could not be, it had to be exact. It had to be no less than 1 minute and not more than 2. So they did that, and they performed well. Our next competition was spreadsheet applications. Sharnae Blackwell and Lorenzo Leatherwood and Jaden Jacobs. Come on up, please. They had to create spreadsheets, entering formulas, formatting data, creating formulas, graphs, and forming basic spreadsheet functions. And they had to print the documents with their formulas, grid lines, and all that. These students were thrown a little curveball this time. They decided to do everything digitally. So while they had been practicing from their paper packets, they kind of had to do everything digitally, which means they had to take the data from digital and create the spreadsheet, download it to a PDF, upload it to a PDF, print it, and all that. But you know what? They didn't flinch at the challenge. They did it. And we had Jaden. He finished 8th place. And Sharnae finished 3rd place. So I am, needless to say, I am very proud. I am very proud of these students. I am very proud and honored to have had the opportunity to work with them as their BPA advisor, and I just appreciate all that they have done. North High School, Charlotte Williams, who's unable to be here tonight, she had a national qualifier, Saru Tamang, who also participated and was a national qualifier doing medical insurance billing, and she finished in 13th place. So I just wanted to shout that out as well. Again, thank you for this opportunity. Thank you. Okay.
got to work on your whistle there, Miss McKittrick. All right.
Thanks for coming, guys. Thank you.
Yes.
Yep, thank you. Congratulations again.
Okay, so we're going to keep it going with our celebrations. This evening, we are very pleased to recognize one of our district's longest tenured, and most impactful coaches, who recently was the subject of an article of praise in the Akron Beacon Journal. You may also know this gentleman because he does the Case 5K and brings a lot of additional resources into the school that way. So this evening, we have to introduce who our special honoree is, Joe Vassilotti, who's our APS coordinator of athletics.
Thank you, Superintendent Outley. We appreciate, we're very grateful for this time from you and from the board this evening. And wow, that's tough shoes to follow, right? Tough to follow that act. But it made me think while I was waiting how important co-curriculars are to kids. Not only what they do in the classroom, the regular academic courses, but what they do with school-sponsored programs after schools.
And really our scholars are representing us across the United States.
Yes, to be national qualifiers, it's very impressive. And we've been blessed for many years to have Coach Samsel at Firestone. And we're going to get to him and shower him with praise in a minute. We're going to give you a quick recap of spring sports in APS, including boys tennis at Firestone. Before we get to that, I just want to let you know the champions we've had at the high school level. Firestone won girls and boys track championships. And speaking of track, we have several athletes throughout the city who've advanced to regionals this week for regional competition. Hopefully they can qualify for states. 3 of whom were district champions and brought home gold last weekend, so that was really cool. In softball, Ellett won the championship. In baseball, Firestone did. They knocked off Ellett, who was the regular season champion. Firestone won the playoff championship. I want to mention an emerging sports, boys volleyball. We have two boys volleyball teams now officially. This is the first year the OHSA has sanctioned it. So Firestone, who's had a club team for a couple years, completed their first season, and the North Vikings had a lot of boys turn out for their first season of boys volleyball. So that was really cool through spring sports and the inclement weather we have to deal with. And now we're ready for Coach Samsel. Coach Craig Samsel, would you come forward, please, sir? Now, Coach here has been the head coach in both boys and girls tennis at Firestone. Now, keep in mind, girls will be in the fall, boys in the spring, so he's a busy guy. And thank you, Mrs. Samsel, for donating him to us for all these years. So this would be the girls' head coach at Firestone from the fall 2003 to the fall 2022. Boys' head coach, spring 2006 to just completed spring 2023. He's also unofficially a tennis consultant for myself and Mr. Linger in the athletic department. When we have questions about procedures, rules, equipment, where do we play when it rains? We go to Towpath. Yes. That's what we do. We consult Coach Samsel for sure. And I'll tell you what's really stood out to me, and I have some words I want to share that Coach has written, but just the relationships he develops with his kids. It's so fun for me to watch. Having been around education and athletics for 31 years now, you can tell they not only respect him, but they're learning a lot from him, and you can see the passion they have for the game, in no small part because of the work Craig does with them. And we've been blessed to watch him do it twice a year, in the fall and the spring, so it's been very noticeable to me, Coach. And it's why, big reason you're up here tonight. So these are his own words about his background in tennis, and I'm kind of paraphrasing and skimming through, but he started as a JV coach for boys and girls at Firestone, and then, of course, became the head coach of both. The girls' team, with him as the head coach, has won 159 dual matches and 18 City Series championships. The boys' teams have won 153 dual matches and 16 City Series championships. He says he's experienced a no-win season, a one-loss season, a canceled boys season with a stacked team that was destined to go undefeated. Must have been a COVID thing.
It was. It was. They were very disappointed.
We all were, Coach. Yes. I remember that. And he says he was lucky enough to have Chrissy Kaufman take him to states twice. He's written recommendation letters for students for college, for jobs, and even for adoption. At this moment, his favorite memory would have to be watching Alistair Davis, a student with autism, play his first varsity match. Not just seeing him play, but watching his interaction with the team and the overwhelming acceptance that the team showed him. He says as he steps away from coaching, he hopes that playing tennis and being part of a team has enriched the lives of his student athletes as much as coaching has enriched his. Well, Coach, we have a plaque for you to honor all your accomplishments at Firestone. This says, presented to Coach Craig Samsel in appreciation of coaching excellence, Firestone girls boys tennis teams 2002 to 2023 with a total of 34 city championships. Wow. Coach, congratulations.
You can say the words. It's okay.
You get to hold the plaque.
Could you please take it out of the plastic?
Oh, okay. I couldn't read lips.
Give us a Polly.
No.
Backhand. Those tennis times?
Thank you. Thanks again.
Thanks. Appreciate it. Thanks again for the time. And many of you know Mr. Samsel at Case is one heck of an educator and a school leader there and was not responsible for the rain Saturday morning for the race at Case. But we managed. We had a good time. Thanks again, everyone.
Thank you. That concludes our recognitions.
All right. Thank you so much. Next, we move to item 3. Communications, presenting the 5-year forecast. Mr. Atkins.
Well, good evening, everyone. Now for the good news for the night. So the 5-year forecast. It is a requirement by state law to pass this forecast twice a year, once in May, once in November. It's the primary planning tool used by the district for forecasting and budgeting. Every decision the district makes is evaluating the 5-year forecast. So for the next forecast of November, we'll have a new treasurer. So until then, we'll connect the dots throughout the year in Finance Committee. This slide here shows enrollment. You can see how the enrollment has been declining pretty steady through the years, and we project it to decline as well throughout this forecast. Enrollment affects how much state aid we receive. The less students we have, the less aid we get through the state. We need to constantly evaluate our staffing levels compared to how much enrollment we have. This slide shows our revenue. You can see in the forecast the real estate taxes is pretty flat, not much growth there. As well as state funding. We're showing a 3% increase annually through state funding. We will update this in November as we learn more what the state legislature will do with the Fair School Funding Plan. And you can see there the revenue is pretty flat throughout the forecast. Move on to expenses. You see expenses are rising each year. We do have the union contracts, the raises in there each year. We also have a higher health insurance increase than we anticipated from November. We have 10% in there for 2024, 8% for 2025, and then 7% for the last 2 years. Here's the summary of the forecast. You can see the revenue is flat, but expenses are climbing. right there's a big cliff right there in 2025 from the ESSER funds. The ESSER funds end in September 2024. We're projecting about $10 million back into the general fund from ESSER funds. So you'll see the jump from 24 to 25 a little bit bigger. You see we're deficit spending each year. We have some work to do to try to eliminate these deficits. Any questions?
Excuse me. Are there any questions that board members may have for Mr. Atkins? Ms. McKittrick.
How much of the ESSER funding has been supplanted and put back into the general fund so far?
In the forecast, 20 million.
20 million so far? Thank you.
In the forecast, yes.
Are there other questions for Mr. Atkins? Mr. Perry.
So you mentioned the next, I don't know, few years, the general increase in expenditures. You said health insurance was one, and what was the other?
The raises in the union contracts.
Okay, the only two reasons why that's raising, or is there more?
Those are the significant ones, yes.
Okay.
Mr. Perry, do you have any further questions?
Not right now, no.
Okay. Are there any questions from other board members? Mr. Atkins, you mentioned that 20 million has been supplanted already, but can you just confirm we do have approval from ODE to supplant the entire $54 million that there was?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay. Just want to confirm that. Ms. McKittrick.
One more thing. So some of the allowances on the agenda that are general fund could in fact be ESSER funds that have been supplanted and put back into the general fund. Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Atkins? And as I recall, this was a topic in our last Finance Committee meeting as well. So for those of you who may be viewing at home, if you're wondering why there's not more questions, some of us had a chance to ask those questions in our publicly streamed Finance Committee meeting last week. So just want to make sure I share that. So are there any other questions for Mr. Atkins? Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Next, we'll move to a resolution to approve the 5-year forecast. Is there a motion? I have it here as Resolution 23-060 in the public content. Resolution for the approval of the 5-year forecast beginning fiscal year 2023. Is there a motion?
I so move to approve.
It's been moved by Mr. Perry. It's been seconded by Ms. Autry. Are there any discussion? Okay. Roll call, please, Mr. Atkins.
Dr. Molinar?
Yes.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Ms. Jackson?
Aye.
Mrs. Autry?
Yes.
Mrs. McKittrick?
Yes.
Mr. Alexander? Dr. Hall?
Aye. Okay, the motion carries. Next, move to item 4. Is there approval of previous meeting minutes? Is there a motion to approve the previous meeting minutes from 5/8/2023?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Ms. Autry. It's been seconded by Mr. Perry. Is there any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, roll call, please, Mr. Atkins.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Ms. Jackson?
Yes.
Mrs. McKittrick?
Yes.
Mrs. Autry?
Yes.
Dr. Hall?
Aye.
Dr. Molinar?
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries. Next, we move to personnel recommendations, items 5 through 16. Madam Superintendent.
Thank you. Before asking for your approval for the recommendations, I would like to bring your attention to item 5.3, Howard Lawson retirement, effective July 31st, 2023. After nearly 50 years of dedicated service to the Akron Public Schools, Howard Lawson is retiring. He leaves behind a legacy of hard work and dedication. Howard worked in a number of assignments during this time. He was a teacher at Ellett and Buchtel High Schools, where he taught business, marketing, and distributive education. And here's a fun fact. Mr. Lawson was my DECA teacher my junior and my senior year at Buchtel. Not only was he a teacher at these buildings, but he also helped coach boys football and girls softball and track. After serving as a teacher, he began to establish himself ready to become an administrative leader in the district. He became the coordinator for distributive education, occupational work adjustment, and occupational work experience. From this assignment, he became coordinator of the Department of Vocational Education. After a number of years in this assignment, Howard became director of career education in 1995. Starting in 2016, he became the executive director of data and accountability for the entire district. Mr. Lawson is now planning to retire this July. In every assignment, Howard maintained a high level of professionalism and leadership. He was always focused on building the team concept that would move the district forward. It was not about Howard, but about making the scholars and staff of the Akron Public Schools successful. Mr. Lawson, you accomplished your mission. Thank you for your dedicated service to the Akron Public Schools, and may your legacy continue.
Well, Mr. Lawson, on behalf of the board, let me add, Mr. Brady, you want to go ahead?
I want to know how Superintendent Outley was as a student, though. Tell us about that. Tell us about that part.
They're sealed.
Okay, all right.
Fantastic. Well, Mr. Lawson, again, on behalf of the board, thank you so much for your half a century of service to this district, and I think I speak for all of us when I say that we are genuinely sad to see you going. And so thank you for your service, and again, Ms. Outley, thank you for that really interesting historical background. I now feel like I know you way better now than I did before. So thank you so much for that, Ms. Outley. So. Sometimes you don't know where to go after that, right? You're like, how do we move on and then after that? But again, thank you.
So at this time, I wish to recommend approval of the personnel recommendations presented in categories 5 through 17.1.
Is there a motion to approve the personnel recommendations?
I move to approve.
So moved by Mr. Perry. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Autry. Is there any further discussion?
I want to know, what year was that state championship? 96? 85, okay.
In football at Buchtel, that was 87 and 88.
Oh, okay. Whoa. Okay. No.
That was my senior year.
Okay.
So.
We have some dispute here.
Stand correct.
Let's check the records.
It's a senior moment.
That's okay.
And was it Steubenville both years? They beat it? Okay. Yep. All right. All right. Okay. Now we're just all showing off here. Okay. All right. All right. Any further discussion? Okay. Roll call, please, Mr. Atkins.
Mrs. Autry?
Yes.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Dr. Hall?
Aye.
Dr. Molinar?
Yes.
Ms. Jackson?
Aye.
Mrs. McKittrick?
No.
Okay, the motion carries. Next, we move to the approval of resolutions and motions in the consent agenda. Madam Superintendent.
I wish to recommend approval of the resolutions and motions presented in category 21. They are in proper format, and I move their approval.
Okay, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
So moved by Ms. Autry, is there a second?
Second.
Been seconded by Ms. McKittrick, is there any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, roll call please, Mr. Atkins.
Ms. Jackson?
Aye.
Mrs. McKittrick?
Yes.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Dr. Molnar?
Yes.
Dr. Hall?
Aye.
Mrs. Autry?
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries. Ms. Jackson, when you say aye, can you say a little bit louder? I'd just like to hear aye, that aye instead of yes. You know. All right, folks, so we can have fun in board meetings too. It's allowed. Okay. Next, we move to business affairs recommendations. Madam Superintendent.
I wish to recommend approval of the business affairs recommendations presented in category 23.
All right. Is there a motion?
I move to approve.
Okay, it's been moved by Mr. Perry. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Ms. Autry. Is there any discussion? Okay. Roll call, please, Mr. Atkins.
Mrs. Autry?
Yes.
Dr. Molnar?
Yes.
Dr. Hall?
Aye.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Ms. Jackson?
Yes.
Mrs. McKittrick?
No.
Okay, the motion carries. Next, we'll move to the superintendent's report. Ms. Outley.
I will be brief this evening. I would just like to do one highlight. Again, this week, I'm happy to highlight a special event that was a perfect example of spreading kindness. It fits the Be Kind 330 initiative perfectly. So just 2 weekends ago, we celebrated a very, very special day, Mother's Day. And on the screen, you see a very kind message that was on the screen as OSI staff arrived to work on May 12th. It says, Happy Mother's Day, the guys of OSI. So the men in the Office of School Improvement hosted a Mother's Day breakfast for their colleagues that are moms and grandmothers. There was a total of 30 ladies being celebrated that day. Wow. So this act of kindness truly warmed our hearts, and we wanted to say thank you to Keith Lichty Clifford for this expression of kindness. And that concludes the superintendent's report.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. Next, we go to item 26, President's Report, and I do not have a report tonight. We'll go to item 27, Treasurer's Report.
No report.
No report. Next, we go to committee reports. Meagle.
Yes. So I had the opportunity to attend my first legal contracts and board policy meeting. I was there to just attend, but I ended up chairing, and so that's fine. Dr. Molnar was there with me as well. And so during that meeting, we did have some discussion topics over some Neola updates from January. We had Attorney Kepchar there in place of Diana Feidel there. We got some updates on student handbooks, pregnant and nursing employees. We also had some discussions around a draft of a remote work policy. And so that'll be coming forward at the next legal contracts and board policy meeting for a first reading. We also had some discussions from Deb Folk regarding transportation. And again, these things are, I can send out to the board for your further review. And then there was some discussion around topics from the previous meeting. Again, unfortunately, I hadn't been in attendance to the previous meeting, and so I'll let Dr. Molnar share out about those things.
Yes, and thank you for chairing the meeting. It was the first committee meeting I've attended, so I did not have to chair the first meeting I ever attended in person. But the items from the previous meeting was the cell phone policy, and that we were
told that exemptions are being made for students with documented medical needs, so the diabetic students that need to require meetings on their phones and things like that. And the Safety and Security Retreat had a survey that gathered feedback from that, so we're looking forward to hearing more on that. And there was also information about the policy for emotional support animals. Neola was recommending against adopting a policy. However, there have been numerous requests for animals from students and staff, but also there have been a lot of concerns brought up from students and staff about the animals. So we are looking to schedule another meeting in June and continue that conversation.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Molnar. Thank you, Ms. Autry. Are there any discussion, any questions? Okay, next we proceed to Finance Committee.
And so that would be me again. And so we, of course, reviewed the 5-year forecast. And so we heard from our treasurer about that. Thank you so much for your work on that. We also had some discussions around some legislative updates. Again, our treasurer mentioned about the Fair School Funding Plan and the importance of that being included in the budget. And so we're just encouraging all of those who are listening and watching to send letters of support of keeping the 2022 base cost inputs in the 2024 statewide base cost per pupil. Because they're necessary for the formula to operate as planned, serving as a counterbalance to increasing local capacity and reducing the number of districts on a guarantee. Another legislative item that we didn't discuss at that meeting, but I've since read about, is the House Bill 103. And we just voted on adopting a new social studies textbook. And for those of you who aren't aware, that bill, although it's not final or passed yet, hopefully it will not pass. If it doesn't pass, we will not worry. But I did reach out to Adam Motter just for his input on the topic. And some of the things that he shared with me is if that bill does pass, there are going to be issues. And what we do know is that there are some grade level differences with the Ohio standards. The American birthright, grade 7, is economics. Ours is currently world history, from the ancient Greeks to the 1700s AD. So everyone would need to work through that should this bill pass. The vision of the American birthright standards would stand opposed to our district mission around equity and our board policy supporting culturally relevant curriculum. Everyone in the state will need to make some changes to their scope and sequence. Again, this is if this bill should pass. The sponsor of the bill, Don Jones, has already admitted he will need to move the date back for the committee to complete its work, likely sometime in 2024, with nothing implemented until the fall of 25 at the earliest. He also stated if it passes, here's what we do not know, because there's going to be a panel of 9 who will create this new curriculum. And so will the panel of 9 allow for the inclusion of civics, historical thinking skills, and other mainstream social studies curriculum? We don't know. Will the state ban all the publishers that include civics, which is pretty much every publisher, or will it recommend to districts to use certain aligned parts of the curriculum to support the standards? So, but we will be ready no matter what happens with House Bill 103. Hopefully it does fail because it doesn't align with equity and inquiry themes and the ideas that this district supports. So I thank Adam Motter for providing that information to us. Is something that we should be keeping our eyes on closely, and reach out to our legislators. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Autry. Are there any questions or comments? Okay. All right, moving on to instructional policy.
No report.
No report. Okay. I'll put my popcorn away. Sorry. Next, we'll get to equity.
Report.
Report.
We met May 8th, and I'll start with our diversity officers report. Dr. Chapman and Ms. Alexander attended a culturally responsive school leadership institute through a grant at The Ohio State University. And there were national leaders there, and I'll try and condense this. Keep me honest, Dr. Chapman. The key takeaway was the use of critical self-reflection that was adapted from Dr. Khalifa and Dr. Chapman regarding culturally responsive school leadership. And it asks questions around personal self-reflection within a role, structure, community, organization, and sustainability, and how we hold ourselves personally and in our roles accountable to continue the work. We also talked about our Excellence Through Equity and DEI draft recommendations, and the first 4 that include culturally responsive practices, school climate, and 2 areas of human resources are recruitment and retention and resource equity. And those drafts are completed, and the recommendations now need to essentially move off the paper and be put into practice. And Dr. Chapman will use these recommendations to develop plans for the 23-24 school year. And some of those things include creating a schedule for feedback from faculty and staff, coaching and supporting team leaders, curating DEI resources, continue to uplift our ERGs, and develop training content. Then we also had the presentation that we had at our last board meeting from Dreama Whitfield and Dr. Glover with the Scholar Voice Summer Program. And we also had conversation about soliciting feedback from scholars regarding recommendations that revolve around culturally responsive practices, resources, and strategies. And you'll hear more about this to come, but the National Night Out, that is a collaboration with the city, APS DEI office, and the Scholar Voice program. And that, again, details are forthcoming, but that will be Labor Day weekend. And Mr. Perry, anything to add?
Sure. We also talked about the Hip Hop and Change program. It's coming up at Booktool High School this coming June 5th through June 16th. I believe it's going to be from 10 to 1, if I'm not incorrect in those times. It's for our older scholars. They're going to be able to creatively express learning through art, music, spoken word, photography, or videography. Sounds like a great program. Get more information online. Again, the Hip Hop and Change program coming up beginning June 5th of this year.
And that's our report. Thank you.
Ms. Jackson?
Yes, I do have an instructional policy report.
Oh, sure, please.
Because the last meeting we didn't read out.
Roger that. Okay.
And we were talking about all this great learning and curriculum, and you talked about Mr. Matter. So I think we can highlight some of the things that's happening. Our Instructional Policy and Student Achievement Committee, we actually met on May 1st, and these were a few of the items that were discussed. The Family Resource Centers. There's a recommendation to open a new Family Resource Center in the Elliott cluster at Higher CLC. There will be a board agenda item for that, I think, last week, yeah. So this is old information, but we didn't read out the report.
Okay, yeah.
So that recommendation was brought forth. The social studies curriculum adoption and key considerations that was made around that adoption, if I'll just paraphrase, it was just for a more inclusive deep dive into concepts where multiple teachers had input on it, but it gives us the perspectives that we need as a district and what we're saying we're trying to promote as a district, to your point, Ms. Otley, and it's very exciting information that was shared. And so I want to say that evaluation and intentional support around inquiry learning was found in this curriculum. Evaluation and intentional support, around culturally responsive curriculum and instruction. Also, evaluation and intentional support around teaching and learning through multiple perspectives with this curriculum. The teaching of controversial, sometimes called unsettled and current events, is also something that's highlighted in the newly adopted curriculum. Alignment to state standards, strategies and activities for intervention and enrichment, a universal design for learning, considerations such as audio, visual, and language supports, scaffold supports directly for our APS second language learners or ESL learners, formative and summative assessment supports, and supports and trainings for teachers that are included with the purchase, the proposal that was accepted for this curriculum. That is all.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Appreciate it. Are there any questions or comments for Ms. Jackson? Okay. Hearing and seeing none, we'll move to item 29. We have no unfinished business. We currently have no new business, so we'll move to item 31. I'll take a motion to recess into executive session pursuant to Ohio Revised Code 121.22G1 for the purpose of considering the employment or dismissal of a public employee or official of the school district, and G3 for the purpose to meet with board legal counsel to discuss disputes involving the board and or the school district that are the subject of pending or imminent court action. Is there a motion?
So moved.
It's been moved by Ms. McKittrick. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Autry. Is there any discussion? Okay, roll call, please, Mr. Atkins.
Mrs. McKittrick?
Yes.
Dr. Hall?
Aye.
Ms. Jackson?
Yes.
Dr. Molnar?
Aye.
Mrs. Autry?
Yes.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
The motion carries. We stand in recess. Welcome back to our regular board meeting from May 22nd. We are reconvening at 10:57 p.m. Okay. We'll proceed directly to item 32.1. This is, I need a motion to approve the mediation agreement.
I so move to approve.
Okay, it's been moved by Mr. Perry.
Second.
It's been seconded by Ms. Autry. Is there any discussion? All right, we'll do a roll call. Dr. Hall, aye. Ms. Autry?
Yes.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Mr. Alexander's absent. Ms. Jackson?
Aye.
Mrs. McKittrick?
Yes.
And Dr. Marnar?
Yes.
Flip-floppers, okay, all right. All right. All right, so the motion carries 6-0. Next, we'll move to resolution item 32.2. Let's see here. I need a resolution to approve the reduction in administrative positions and suspension of contracts. Is there a motion to approve? It's 32.2.
So moved.
It's been moved by Ms. McKittrick. Is there a second?
Second.
Just seconded by Ms. Autry. Is there any discussion? Okay, roll call. Dr. Molnar.
Aye.
Mr. Perry.
No.
Ms. Jackson.
Aye.
Mrs. Autry.
Yes.
Ms. McKittrick.
Yes.
Dr. Hall, aye. Motion carries 5-1. Next, we move to item 32.3. I need a motion to approve the reappointment list for admin personnel for the 2023-2024 school year. Is there a motion?
So moved.
It's been moved by Ms. Autry.
Second.
It's been seconded by Dr. Marnar. Is there any discussion?
There was one change I saw that I brought up in the session. Is that going to be made through our amendments there? Just want to make sure that is covered. Okay. Okay.
Any further discussion? Okay, roll call. Dr. Hall, aye. Ms. Autry?
Yes.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Ms. Jackson?
Yes.
Mrs. McKittrick?
Yes.
Dr. Marnar?
Yes.
Okay, motion carries 6-0. That concludes our business. I need a motion to adjourn.
I so move.
All right, I gotta renumber this, sorry. 3, this is a motion to approve the reappointment list. Okay, now we need another, because we didn't have enough spots on here. All right, now we have motion to adjourn over here. Okay, all right, so it's moved by Mr. Perry. Is there a second? Dr. Marnar, you have your second?
Second.
Okay. All right, roll call. Dr. Hall? Oh, you're right. Is there any discussion?
It's just for a matter of.
No, you're right. Is there any
have to do it,
discussion?
yeah.
Any discussion? Mr. Perry, what would you like to say?
Nothing tonight. It's okay.
Nothing today. All right, here we go. All right, roll call, please. Dr. Hall is an aye. Ms. Autry?
Yes.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Ms. Jackson?
Yes.
Ms. McKittrick?
Yes.
And Dr. Molnar?
Yes.
Okay, so motion carries. We are adjourned at 11:02 p.m. Thank you.
Has anybody ever voted no to adjourn?